Hello. Oh, yes. Hello. Hello, Christian. Hello, Isabel. It is a Wednesday. I always have to end up thinking back in my head when I say that. It's Wednesday. It is indeed a Wednesday. Oh. I ended up getting home a bit later. Well, by 40 minutes. Yay. I hope everyone's doing well though. It seems to be an alright day, in terms of weather, at least. A mixture of rain and heat it's been over here, so yeah. I've not minded it. Especially if it actually cools things down. I am happy with the cool down. Oh. I rearranged some stuff. Well, I say rearranged. I removed some stuff from my desk, so I don't have my speakers on them anymore, which frees up a lot of space. I ended up putting my console over here, because I do have a capture card. Lo and behold, it worked for like 10 seconds and then refused to carry on. And I was like, why? Tried different things, it was like no. I was like, okay. And then I try the day after, and then it was fine. And I'm like, okay. Well, it works, so yeah. I just gotta do something about the sound. Which is probably just to tell it go to the output as well as the other thing. But hopefully it will work, because I was thinking of a workaround about the fact that you know, I can't properly play games and have my model on at the same time, because this takes up a chunk of my resources and new games nowadays are taking a ridiculous amount. So even if the PS5 is slightly weaker than my PC, it doesn't matter. It won't be hindered by the model. If you were to include my model and play a game at the same time, it ain't that strong, sadly. But I'm not gonna solely just like get a new graphics card just so I can have both on my system, because eventually I'll need to upgrade anyway. So I may as well just like, and I've barely been using my PS5, so I might as well actually try to use it. Why am I blushing? It will probably tell me in like 20 years. But I only blush due to several reasons. Well, a lot of reasons actually. Thank you for the head pats. Oh, thank you, thank you. things I've been randomly messing up lately. So, if that was a follow, then I appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Things are being strange lately, whether or not they actually show. Oh, and I wondered why, when I kept having my windows open, why nothing much flew in. I think I have a spider around the outside of my windows when I open them, which is actually good because it means it's defending my windows from letting bugs in. If that's how it wants to work and it's staying outside, then that's fine with me. I like this trade. Bugs try to get in, it gets food. I think it's a win-win. So I accept. Because I noticed one day when I went to go open my windows, something was stuck, like in a web, you know when things hover, and you can tell it's stuck in a web. And I'm pretty sure it was a wasp, but it wasn't alive or anything, it was long since dead. So I'm just like, oh, it got caught in the web. So the spider has already been defending me. Because Lord knows what I'll do if a spider flies in. A spider flies in? A wasp flies in. Oh. It has been a day though. Goodness gracious. I still haven't decided what I'm doing Friday. I don't know. I have credit on my PS5, so technically I could grab something. Or that emote reminds me of like Shy Guys, kind of, a little bit. Shy Guys and the buggers from Hollow Knight and the like, kind of. Oh. It's really weird though. I can do ASMR and generally I'm fine with the setup and everything, roughly, as best as I can be. When it comes to my gaming days, so basically mainly the Tuesday, half the time I'm like, oh, what was I doing? I keep forgetting. Oh, and also, I was like, because I know I'm still keeping tabs on like Fantasy Life whenever it might go on sale of any margin, and I'm like, I'm hoping that like, because I know it has crossplay, I was like, I swear I read something about it having cross saves, and I was like, oh, okay. So I checked how that actually works, and it goes through Epic. So if I was playing it on any of the consoles, if I wanted to get my save, you basically go through them, you say which platform it comes from and where it's going to. But I do require to have an Epic account, which I have one, but What the hell? So it's their service that offers it, which is yay and nay. That's if, you know, I wanted to carry on. Oh, hey Ashley, welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. Have some hugs back. I'm alright. I had to hurry. There you go. I hugged you. Yeah, I had to hurry getting back. Well, from work. Work happened, and then things had to be grabbed, and I lost like 40 minutes. So I was like, I need to stream and, you know, get changed and hurry up. Always. But the day's been alright. Workday was normal, nothing too crazy, I believe. I managed to get my PS5 to work properly with OBS, because it wasn't behaving the other day, but I got it to work. Because, yeah, trying to get my PS5 and my PC to work is awkward. And hello Valgor, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Because, in terms of specs, I think the PS5 is only a bit weaker than my PC. Because my PC is like 4 or 5 years old, so they're around about the same power. But when I have my model and I want to play like new games, it takes a lot. Aye, have a good nap. Rest well. Hope it's a nice one. I hope you had a good sleep, Ashley. I was gonna say I hope you had a good day, but you said good morning, so it's probably sleepy sleeps. I wish I slept in more though. I woke up and I was like, I want to sleep more. But yeah, I may play something on the Friday. Doesn't necessarily have to be like ASMR gaming again. It could just be another gaming day or anything. It's my variety day. You woke up early and went back to sleep. I see. Your second cup of coffee. Does that mean you're like a bit more awake now? Because I know some people that have like their coffee and the first one doesn't really wake them up. It's the second one that wakes them up. Something like that. There's me where I've still yet to try coffee. I'll try it one day. I'm too addicted to coffee. Sound like Ronan. But Ronan just likes caffeine in general, not specifically coffee. I just stick with my squash. Nothing added into that, just mainly water, pretty much. The days. Sometimes there's like some games I'd like to try and play, but they're more PvP focused, and I'm just like, one, it's been a long time since I've bothered with PvP, and I have not been maintaining my skills at all, so it would not bode well. it'd bode well for the other people. They'd be like, winning. I mean, I've played plenty in the past, so I know what it's like. Especially on the more ones where they were focused, like smaller groups, where it'd be like 6v6 kind of thing, and you know, you're the last one on your team, and there's about 3 or 4 of them left, and you're like, I can't carry, I'm not that good. And then you kill one, and you're like, oh, okay. Somehow I wasn't seen or heard. You get the second one. You get the third. You're like, what the hell's this? Your heart's pumping madly. Adrenaline's going wild. You're just like, holy balls, what's going on? And then it goes obviously either 2 ways. You either make it or you don't. But in this case, I did it. And I was like, oh. You tried to get cocky though. Because I was like, oh, I've knifed all the other ones so far, that's why he doesn't know where I am. And then you go to do the same to the very last one, but they turn around out of nowhere and try to shoot you, but your knife, at least back in those days, the knife was quicker than a bullet. At least in that distance. That was good times. I remember as well, it was the first time I had a headset where you could properly like hear the direction and loudness of people's footsteps, which helped massively. It was like, oh, I can hear them coming. Alright, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But I would suck at PvP. I'd have to play a lot to like get my skills even moderately decent again. I've played far too many single players. But I do remember the fun days. I remember helping people as well in PvP scenarios. Surprisingly, not everyone's always gung-ho, or they weren't back then. I guess it depends on the game. But yeah, people will generally be okay half the time. But I still want to get fantasy life because, yes, I want to play. You play really well though. I've watched plenty. You do play well. And it transfers well to other games as well. Which is always a plus. Hey Beastman. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. It be the Wednesday. Glorious Wednesday. Yes, every time I say that I have to think for a second that it is Wednesday. I'm reminding myself it's Wednesday. It's nice to see when people venture to other games. Like, I'm glad that people have fun with one game, but it's really nice when people do branch out and try others and realize, oh, these games are actually fun as well. It's like, yes, sure, you're gonna get some probably at some point where you're like, but for the most part, I think a lot of games are gonna be like good fun. Good fun. Like, I wasn't even gonna initially bother with Night Rain because it's a mix of because they've taken some elements from the Battle Royale stuff, hence the closing map of death, but it doesn't focus on the PvP side, it just focuses on the PvE. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. It's not too shabby. I do try to be careful and enunciate here and there, because it's important. But I mainly do that regardless, because, well, well, like most people, I doubt any of us usually write, as in physically write, much anymore. So I'm trying to, like, keep my grammar and such correct. All the pew pew pew. Fortnite. I wonder if I should give that a go again. It would be horrendous though. Like, I would probably fail my first encounter, most likely. And I know nothing of the stuff. Or I suppose if I was to like ease myself back into those style of games, pick one that interests me the most and go from there. Which I don't know what interests me the most with that style of game. But a lot of people have said like Night Rain's actually a lot of fun. Oh god, all different skill levels. I'd be literally the bottom of the barrel. I haven't played... When was the last time I played a multiplayer? Many years ago. And I won't count... I wish. I won't count FF14 because that's a different kind of online game. In terms of ones against actual players, because I didn't touch the PvP much in FF. So I guess it would have been probably... I get the feeling it was Battlefield, one of the Battlefields, because I had some people that used to play, so I would join them. I remember holding down the theatre a lot. I can't remember which Battlefield though. But yeah, I will certainly not carry. I know how my skills go. And my aiming's always been appalling. That's never been any different. Goodness. Playing Fortnite. That'd be a thing. One day. I don't think that game is ever gonna disappear. It stays with too many people. It'll be like Minecraft. You know, even the ones who may not play it much anymore will probably go back to it now and again. I feel that's how Fortnite works now. Mad. And I think they are bringing out a new Battlefield game, which could be interesting. ironically, the thing I ended up doing was, because you're currently playing like Dark Souls 3. I remember playing that a lot. I got really into Dark Souls 3 at one point. And I also got into like watching speedrunners do it at one point. And I was like, you know what, I'll give it a go. And I tried. Terrible timing to begin with, obviously. But I kept giving it a go. I think I was like 1 hour 9 minutes or 1 hour 12, maybe. Something like that. I couldn't get it to go any lower. Mainly because one of the things that a speedrunner would do, it was very hit and miss, but if it worked, it saved you so much time. But I was like, I never learned that, because you effectively had to like, it's one of those where you'd find a particular spot in the map and then have to like pixel perfect jump at this angle and land in this, you know, particular section, and then if you manage to get it, it will clip through and then you can fall down, and yeah, it was weird. But it was really hit and miss, and a lot of the time it would break like a speedrunner's run. So I never touched it, because I was like, if they can't bloody do it, like, I did try. I tried it for like half an hour and I couldn't do it. So I was like, yeah, I'm just not going to do this. Yeah, there's different categories. Like, I could just do a more normal straight route, because technically that counted as a glitch. So I could have ended up just going into like a glitchless run and stuff. But that was when I was really into those things. I wasn't really trying to be the quickest of them all. I just wanted to try doing it and see how I would fare. It was cool though, because I went from like taking 2 or 3 hours, and yeah, I managed to get it down to an hour and something. So I was pretty happy with that. I was like, you know what, I'll take that. Yay. Good times. It's like I could always end up doing a not a speedrun, but like a playthrough properly of Demon's Souls. I know people just call it Demon Souls. But sweet mercy, I'm so bad at that one. Because it kept all of its clunkiness that it had originally. It looks nice, it's like the nicest of the bunch, because they remade it, but they didn't change like any of the factors. So, you know, how long it would take to block, to roll, to parry, the window frames for all those things. They didn't change any of it. They changed maybe how the animation looked a bit, but they still stayed within the time frames that the original had. So I was like, that's very nice of sticking to the, you know, original. Very pretty though, very pretty. I like that that was the first PS5 game, and it's probably one of the best looking ones still. Very nice game. I wish they'd put it on PC. But I'm not too familiar with Demon Souls. Like, I get lost very easily in games anyway, and good with that game. I got so far, but then I think I got stuck. Because I was like, where do I go next? Kind of thing. I was also looking at Titanfall 2, because I know a lot of people like that game, and everyone that has played that game really enjoys it, and I've not played it, so I was thinking of maybe giving that game a go. Probably on my PC though, because that was back in the day where they still somewhat optimized games and didn't rely on AI to do all the heavy lifting, so it might run okay with my model, maybe. If not, I'll just turn into a PNG. I don't mind. I'm just very bad at that style of gunplay, because obviously it's not just fast-paced. I can get used to, you know, moving at high speeds. Heck, I used to play mecha games that were ridiculously fast. But what was it? It's the verticality that I struggle with. Jumping all over the place, side to side, while also still shooting and doing God knows what else. Maybe it's just something I gotta get used to, and it's in my head kind of thing. I always just had a thought of like, I can't do this, so I didn't try. So I might give it a go. But one thing will never change: I'm terrible at aiming. That's never changed. That's why I like guns either with a large ammo mag, or you know, it kind of sprays everywhere and I might just get lucky in it. Yeah. That's why it was happy days back in the days of the original COD. You know, take the AA-12, fire before you go around a corner. Oh, there was someone there? Well, not anymore. That tactic was very funny. Because you couldn't fire as you were going, well, you know, you couldn't react as you'd see them because of how the server ticks would work. So if you were firing just prior to going around, then the person actually dies before they've even seen you. So when they go to fire and they see you, it doesn't matter, you've killed them. Very silly. That was back on... oh, which COD was that? It was back in the 360 days. What were people playing? I think it was just the first Modern Warfare, which would make it 4, no? It was either that one or Modern Warfare 2, the original bunch. But like, if I was to look at my PC games, that, or just games in general that I'm keeping an eye on, let's see, what have I got? RPGs, always. Third person shooters, more first person things, and third person action stuff. Yeah. Nothing crazy. I know there was thingy-mabobby. Arc Raiders, which apparently is really nicely optimized because you had people playing on like 1080 Ti's and it was running like way above 60 on a 1080 in this day and age. That's fantastic. That's good optimization. And that was with the graphics on like high as well, because people were like, look, graphics are on high, getting way above 60 FPS kind of thing, and it's a PvE extraction shooter. And thank you for the headpad spread. Thank you. More. But that game looks cool. I don't know when it's coming out though. At some point it will pop out. But it's annoying, like I would love it if I was like competent enough to be like a good solo player. Or to work in a team, that works too. But yeah. Maybe I will give it a go though. Work up the courage to actually play multiplayer again. And not rage. Internets were baffling back then, and they've maybe improved slightly today. Goodness gracious me. My words are leaving me. But yeah, from the looks of my my wish list, it's basically a load of a mixture of third and first, and then it's either an RPG or an action, some type of an action game. But yeah, I could end up getting stuff on my PlayStation though, because I have some stuffs on there. As long as I can get like the audio to behave. Thank you for the headpads, jellyfish. More. Thank you kindly. Hope you're all doing well. Hey master, welcome in. Hope all of your days have been going well so far. And if they've only just begun, I hope you had a nice sleep. The googly eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. And thank you for the headpads, Kiri. Whoosh, whoosh. Googly, great googly moogly. Ah yes, the ether charge. I shall. I like how I do the reverse. I like stretch first and then I go have a drink. Num num num. Thank you. I appreciate it. I see the clanging small globes. Just building the factory, as one does. build all the factories. I like how I could, over the years, have easily had like my, you know, those rooms where you see someone's gone like ballistic in decorating their room with their favorite character or something, or just their favorite stuff. So you'd see like the walls covered in posters and wall scrolls and figures everywhere and manga and plushies, and it would all be of the character that they like. I could have had a room like that, but I don't, because I actually like having somewhat of a plain wall. It helps with my mind. I like having a blank wall to visualize things. So it's important for me to have some blank space. There's not much in my room though, like, even though I love near enough all of the different Volcloid bunch, obviously Miku and Luca being my main two favourites, with Haku being a favourite as well, even though she was designed to, you know, fail. Like, that's literally her design. She's designed to fail. What a design. But she's nice. I like her. But I only have like a few things with Miku. I've got an anniversary thing, a 10th anniversary, which I got from a friend. Nenderoid, which was also from a friend. A mug that has her original artwork on, that was from my sister, which I use, to be fair, and it always gets hand washed. No way I'm putting that in a dishwasher, because it would just destroy the artwork, so no. What else? A few other figures of Miku, actually, that was been given from my family. What do we got? We have... I can't remember what that one was called, but it's really pretty. It's like Miku in kind of an idol outfit, but her hair is braided, which is nice. And then another one where she's in a yukata with the appropriate Japanese brolly thing. I forget the name of it, but it's really nice. But that's mainly it. Oh, and the plethora of God knows how much music. I have a lot of Volcloid music in general. A lot of physical discs, and a lot on, I was going to say mentally, a lot of mentally, digitally, there we go. And obviously the games. I still have the PSP games, I still have the Dreamy Theater back on the PS3, which only ever came out in Japan, by the way. Did that stop me? No, I just made a Japanese account and grabbed the stuff. Good times. That was so nice playing, because the PSP graphics were obviously rough. They were great, but rough. So playing basically the Project Diva games that were very rough looking on Dreamy Theater, basically HD. Oh, it was a good day. I was happy. Definitely a good time. Happy days. Anyway, I'll do the clanging small globes for bread. No dying like an old person. But I can relate. When I got to work in the morning, the pollen, I'm pretty sure, is being fairly high. And pretty much they keep having like the bay doors open, and all it is for like the first hour or two, with obviously sneezes in mixed throughout the day, but the first hour definitely is just like sneezing constantly. Bloody place. But those were the small globes. And now I shall do the water jar for Capricorn. was the water jar. Cha cha cha. Stars, you say? Stars? Never know whether to say it like quietly or whisper it. I guess both doesn't hurt. I'll start normally and then I'll whisper. Whisper, whisper. Stars. 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 End up thinking of a nemesis. Stars. 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 Raccoon City. But yes, stars. The good old stars. Hope that was okay. Minus Nemesis. Stars. With his tentacle arm blooming thing. Madness. More. Thank you for the headpads, Master. Thank you kindly. Heatpades. I still don't get how this machine still heats up, even though the day seems relatively fine. It's bonkers, I say. Bonkers. Oh. My eyes. My eyes. Goodness. Should probably use one of the face wipes, to be fair. Helps to get the pollen and rubbish off. Oh, aye aye. Thank you, Sorbs. Give you the ether charge and stretch. Whoa. Weirdly, I felt like getting back into FF14 again, but then it's like, it's a mix of I wouldn't mind starting again for the gajillionth time, but then I know how much there is to get through, and then also it would, I think about everything I've got on my actual character, and I'm like, it took a long time for a lot of the stuff I have on there. So, yeah, who knows? One day, maybe. I don't think I've been on it since Dawn Trail came out. Like, I did the base story of that, and then that was pretty much it. I then stopped playing. I took a break after I don't know how long, because I'd been playing since 2.0, so it's been over 10 years for that thing. Why can't Fantasy Life go on sale? Goddamn. I want to play. I want to play. I just don't want to pay full price. Even though it's probably very much worth it. Oh yeah, I saw someone playing, yeah, Irie. Irie was playing Trash Goblin, which it's basically like, well, you find bits and bobs, and I think you have to like clean them and then construct things, and then you can sell them, I think. Yeah, you have to clean and then basically sell them, yeah. It's one of those cozy type games. Seems cool though. Seems cool. Oh yeah, I did look at a bunch of others. Surprisingly, there's a handful of things I'd actually wouldn't mind playing. As Dune Awakening finally popping out of its whatever it was in, technically development. Apparently it's good. It has things that are maybe a little bit niggly, but Wargame doesn't. So, but I've heard good things about Dune Awakening. The 10th, you say? What day is the 10th? The 10th is a Tuesday. Ooh. I see. That should be good though. first area that you're in, so to speak, is like the size, it's bigger than the entire Conan game that they made, the survival one, which was honestly very huge. So the fact that the first area is bigger than that is insane. Didn't realise it was the same buggers making it. Thank you, Third. It looks cool though. I don't think I'll have time to play a game like that. But you never know. I was keeping tabs on Blue Protocol again, to be fair. Even if it is going to be owned by Tencent. Or sorry, it is owned by Tencent. But we'll see how it goes. Been hearing good things about that one as well. What are we on? No way! How? Wait, how's that dated? So, if this is correct, the new Rune Factory comes out tomorrow. But it doesn't even display like a price. That's weird. Hello? Why? Yeah, it does. It comes out in 11 hours. It looks cool. Like its own kind of thing. I hope it ends up being good. It comes out tomorrow. Now I must check things. If I can find the right thing. There we go. Go on sale, you thing. I wish it would. Oh, it's there. It's there, but it's great. I'll have to see what it gets sold as. Hey Rain, welcome in. It's good to see you. Hello. How are you today? How goes the day of Wednesday? I do have it there. The prices of these games. We'll see. Another game I'm gonna have to keep tabs on. So supposedly it might be 50 quid then. I can wait for this game to go on sale. I'll have to wait. Bit busy. I see. Never helps when you have an individual being difficult. Says me when I can be difficult sometimes, but it's usually justified. My day's been alright. Work was okay. It went by. Things were done. My line manager, who months ago was kind of mistreating people, and there's been a whole investigation since, not just with the company but also with HR, yes, it's taken like 2 months, but they'll be telling her on the Friday, I guess, the results of that investigation, which I already know what the results are, only because the one involved, they keep telling her things, so I just keep up to date. So she will be demoted, so she won't be our line manager anymore. And you think maybe she improved, because she did at one point suddenly start treating at least me better. Because everything was severe stress months ago, and she just wouldn't listen, and was very threatening, really. I remember stressing so much that I didn't realise at the time, but I actually did lose weight. But she ended up not getting on with another person who works really hard. But anyway, even to this day, I was hoping she would have improved. But literally today, she made one of our colleagues cry, and then just stormed off again because she couldn't deal with the situation. And I'm just like, so she hasn't improved. That's exactly what happened many months ago. To be fair, we'd be a bit more like comforting to our colleague, but she was the only one who was backing up our line manager. I don't know why, but whatever. She decided to throw her eggs in that basket, so that's down to her. But I'll at least always listen if people want to chat. But she talks to other people anyway. She did kind of keep throwing us under the bus, or trying to. So that's why we're like less inclined to try and help her out, even though she ended up crying. But so we'll see what happens. It's a shame that my line manager hasn't improved, because she could have improved, and then they could have gave this result and been like, yeah, but over these past few months she's clearly improved. But no, she has not. And yeah, I don't care. Like, you don't make one of your staff cry. I don't even know what you'd have to say to make your staff cry, but that's not good. And plus, she's been like throwing a load of jobs that she's meant to be dealing with anyway to our general manager. Our general manager shouldn't be dealing with it. Anyway, sorry, not to talk about work stuff. But yeah, it will turn into she gets demoted or she leaves. So we'll see. We shall see. But yeah, I derailed a bit. My day's been okay though. Nothing too crazy. Just the usual work. And pollen being bonkers through the bay doors. So yeah, been sneezing a lot. One guy, what was it? He came near me, he sneezed, but like, he didn't try to cover himself or anything, he just like sneezed in my direction. I'm like, dude, It's like 2 rules. You either cover yourself if you're going to sneeze and there's people near you, or if you're not going to do that, you at least turn away from the people that you're near. Not look in my direction and sneeze. Terrible. Oh, and we know work is kind of messed up with the night shift. One of my colleagues was saying that they found a guy who was supposed to be working, and he was just laying down with his shoes off when he should have been working. It's just like, what? What do you mean? Like, it's definitely not a place where you lay down and take your shoes off. Your shoes would never come off unless, you know, you had a stone or something in your shoe. But it was wild. So I'll be surprised if that man keeps this job, to be fair. But they all just seem to be like this at the moment. They're not doing anything. It's like, you're there to work, behave, don't take advantage, because it's going to make it worse for everyone. I need to be careful when I talk about work stuff. But I hope your difficult person, I don't know, at least either becomes less difficult or pays attention to things. Now I use distraction bubbles to ease things. The good old bubbles. What was I going to say? Thank you, Third. I did end up thinking of like older things that I could play, and ironically I ended up thinking of my PS3, because I know there was like a plethora of games I wanted to play, but never got around to. But the thing is, I know PSN for the PS3 doesn't exist anymore. So I'd have to physically buy the games now for the PS3 if I want to play them. Which one is better, God of War Chains of Olympus or Ghost of Sparta. Ironically, I've played a tiny bit of Chains of Olympus. That was the one on the PSP, wasn't it? But Ghost of Sparta... Ghost of Sparta? I have not played that. So I can't really say. I didn't really play much of God of War games. I've played clones of God of War games. I played Dante's Inferno. I had good fun with that one. Actually quite a fun game. I remember when it came out, they were trying to be like, look how wild we are, how crazy, like, look, there's a level where there's only babies and you're having to kill the babies. It's just like, okay. It's quite funny. I think the game I played the most on my PSP probably would have been the Project Diva games. I loved those games. They were very fun. Now when you say DMC, do you mean the Devil May Cry that was made by the British bunch? Or do you mean Devil May Cry, the Japanese one? Because they are obviously different. If it's the Japanese bunch, yes. If it's the one that was done by the British lot, then no. I played a bit of the demo, but I didn't vibe with the British one, hilariously, because they changed minor things to how the story was. Mainly that it was like almost a typical, you know, mother, father, demon, angel, and it's like, no, the whole premise was demon and human, because humanity. That in one of the cutscenes I seen, the writing was just literally Dante and a demon swearing at each other for like what felt like a minute, and I'm just like, wow, riveting. Like very different from the Japanese DMC. And then obviously 2 tried to go a bit too serious, which people didn't like because that wasn't really Dante's character. Then 3 went backwards and everyone fell in love. And then 4 happened. I loved 4. 4 was great. Nero was fantastic, and everyone's nose was massive. But I liked 4. I liked Nero as a protag. He looked very different in 5. I like his old look more. And I don't know why they had to make Dante look so old. Poor guy. Virgil looking, you know, sleek and powerful, and Dante looking like an old man. Well, you know, a hobo. Kind of. I know they probably won't do a Devil May Cry 6, because the main guy who at least did the combat has left the company now. Not that that will stop them, but the only way they could do something about the story is actually, in a weird way, having Dante and Virgil actually weirdly work together, and I don't know. I had something in my head earlier today, because ironically I was thinking about that, and I did think of a decent story that could work. Clanging globes. There's where the clanging small globes. Nadi, thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. And Dante being a caring uncle is not really that unexpected. He does have a caring side. He likes humans after all. He shows it in usually as you're getting to the end parts in games. Like in 3, when he finally gets the rocket launcher from Lady. Because he promises to, well, do what he can. But he does get like that. He has his moments of actually showing. And plus, despite how they are, him and Virgil get along really well. That's why they fight so much. It's not to show who's better. They just, that's how they talk. That's why he looks out for Nero, because he always had an inkling that it was Virgil's son. So it's where someone goes, spoilers. It's like, if you haven't played DMC 5 by now, well, I do like though, for the entire game of DMC 5, Nero just, you know, takes it personally that he was called Deadweight. The entire game. Besides, if there were people that actually haven't played 5 yet, then chances are you haven't played the other games either. And it's, yeah, you should definitely play the other ones. Even 2, even though it's not a good direction for the game, 2 should still be played, because then you appreciate the other games even more. I just like it because obviously he looks the way he does as best as he can in the first game. In 2, he ends up looking like a hot stud. And then 3 obviously goes back to probably either his late teenage years or his early 20s. And yeah, obviously he's younger, so he's a bit more wild. And then in 4, he's more of an adult. And then 5, he looks like a bloody hobo old man. What happened there? Mad. It's actually one of those stories, when you look at every game, it's always like some bugger who's potentially opening up hell because there's something they want to give them more power. And it's always the case. I think Virgil's had more of a rough time than Dante. Dante's just been going around hunting as he does. Virgil was like, you know, his pursuit for power, there we go, locked him in hell. He kind of doesn't make it, because, what was it, in the first game, Dante ends up fighting basically a demon version of Virgil. And supposedly I thought that's when he was supposed to be dead. But no. Lord knows with 2, I have no idea. I think 2 just gets written off. It gets written off. 3 obviously was first, then 1 happens, and then it goes 4, 5. So I have no idea how Virgil managed to actually come back originally, because he was already like weak when he separated himself from his human side. Oh no, that was after. He was just weak for some reason, I have no idea why. Then he separates himself. His demon half is like, oh, I'm super strong. To which he was. But then he ends up losing anyway. And rejoins and he's strong again. Had to lose his humanity to realise that actually gives him more power. At least he knows now. Click. Stretch. All of this stretching. Oh yeah. Hey goat. Whack 'em in. Whack 'em in. I was trying to think of things that like help your wrist. You know, keeping it in shape or healing it, so to speak. And like, yeah, there's doing at least stretches for your body to help it out. But I think, in a sense, like a stress ball kind of helps it as well, because you need to have a good grip, and they tend to help with grip. So, the Ponten. Hi hi. Where's the ponton? Prototype was funny back in the day. It was not a game I particularly thought was any good at the time. But yeah, I know of the game. It's alright. Bit of mindless fun. On a random note, I remember when Sony got like severely hacked and then you couldn't do anything to like play online for a long time. So as an apology, they put up like 15 different games or something that you could choose to have for free. But of course, all the games they listed were kind of old. So it just turned into, okay, well this is a game I haven't played before, so I guess I'll pick this one, kind of thing. There's plenty of games I don't know about. Like, do you know how many games are made nowadays? Loads. Like lots of shovelware. And maybe games that I just might not be interested in. But I have played a lot of games, so I have a pretty decent knowledge on how, on most at least. The water jar. You fancying some water in your jar? almost the water jar. Now some ice globes. Those were the ice globes. And yes, I do know of A Plague Tale. I've not played the sequel though. But the good old sis with her bro and the plethora of mini rats. Not a bad game at all. A pretty cool game. But yes, I've not played the second one that came out. And now some good old clanging gloves today. Or bread is happy, I can see. But thank you, goat. God, sounds so loud. those were the clang small globes. Clangy clang. Clang. And now some loofahs for Capricorn. loafers. Loafer. Yes, thank you for the headpats, good. Good bread. A board name spelling. Aye aye. C A L L M E L A R S O N and that spells woof. That spells call me Larson. I'm glad. Thank you. And welcome in. Or like, hello. Hello for today. It be Wednesday. The glorious Wednesday. The midweek where we're like done but need to carry on. Because I was like, oh, I'm feeling tired today. And then it's like, oh, it's Wednesday. Of course I'm tired, it's Wednesday. So I didn't feel so bad. to see how Toby is today. And Ronan. See how they're both doing afterwards, if they don't appear. But, yeah. What do I fancy? Maybe some pasta. Maybe. I had spaghetti yesterday, but I don't really view it as, pasta, even though it is. It's spaghetti pasta, but to me spaghetti is spaghetti, because it's so thin. Like, it's just spaghetti. And then pasta is going to be anything of, like, you know, pen, or the seashells one. I've forgotten what it's called. There's the twirly ones as well. Amazing. I've forgotten all the names. Then again, I accept linguine as pasta, but that's because it's quite thick, regardless of the size. But yay for tingly things. It's very hard, actually, for me to usually get tingles from a thing. I was gonna say a sound. Oh my god, the brain is going out the window. It's a wild Toby. I mentioned Toby and he appeared. Hello, Toby. Welcome in. It goes okay. It goes well. Yeah, just a typical Wednesday. This is like the limits of my energy. The extra days I'm going to be like knackered. Also, the pollen isn't really helping. So, yeah. Rune. But it's good to see you. I hope you had a nice sleep. How are you feeling? Rune. It's either Rune or Raune. Or Rauni? Rauni. Ramune. He slept good a bit. Pretty much the same, but slightly better. Stay on top of it then. Do stay on top of it. If you think that you're out of the woods, you know, when you do feel massively improved, give it an extra day or two. As in, like, don't let up, even if it feels like you've won. Just yeah, keep the meds up if you are taking any, and definitely the liquids. Plenty of rest if that's what you've been doing. Keep up what you've been doing if it's been working. That's probably why it's maybe only slightly better, because you're having to go to class still. But definitely get plenty of rest when you're able to. Toby must be well again. Destroy the sickness. Purge the heretics. You know the drill. Unwelcome invaders in your body. Plonk. That's always how I viewed things when I would get ill. Which used to be very rare, but since I've been working for this company, it's increased dramatically. Like, I used to get ill once every however many bunch of years, and now it's like I get ill twice a year at least. But I am in contact with a lot more people who get ill, and I'm not exactly working in the healthiest environments, so your nose being stuffed. Well, as long as it doesn't hurt, give it a... keep blowing, just don't overblow. Some people do. Or, if blowing isn't really working, do the drill tissues. You know the drill tissues. And just stick them up there, give them a good wiggle. And just keep doing that a few times, and maybe like a pothole in your breathing will appear and help. I know there's stuff you can take with a blocked nose as well, but I'm going for what you potentially at least have on hand. Yeah, that's always the way. As soon as we start being around other people, we start getting ill a lot more. I know there's other ways to get ill, but that's the main one for me. Yeah, the drill, because you twist the tissue up into a drill, basically. It makes it thick, and it makes it so you can stick it up your nose. So, alright, yeah. The drill. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, I was going to give updates when, well, generally you guys would be here. So I waited. What is it? My thing I have gotten ready for summer? I'll go with stage 1 is ready. Stage 2 has been sorted and is now in the works, so I should have something by next month. They're a busy... they have other commissions, so that's why I say next month. Yeah, and because it was meant for summer, and I realised that summer actually starts towards the end, officially, of this month, by the time I get it, I could technically start using it. I was gonna wait until August, but that's apparently when summer ends. I don't know. It's because of when this country would get hot weather, so I didn't assume summer ended in August. Or the bank holiday we have in August ends. Oh no. Oh, confusion. But yeah, that will be one thing ready. I still need to sort out another thing. Actually, I still need to sort out a few things. Madness. And my main other thing for the Halloween, well, that's gonna take time anyway. But that should be like 1 or 2 months anyway, so that's okay. Ear cupping. Aye aye. And you're in luck, because... Oh my god. Oh, before I do ear cupping, that's what reminds me of things at work as well. I don't know what it is, a thing with age, but I have someone that sneezes and it's like the loudest thing ever. And they did it today, and I was just like, oh, it's been so long since I heard that sneeze. Because they'd been off due to their knees being bad. But yeah, all you heard was just like a loud "Hacho!" and it was like ridiculously loud. And I'm like, hey. Anyway, some ear cupping for whiskey. No, not sickness. Thank you for the head pats. Sounds like you need some head pats there. Thank you. That was the ear cupping. And thank you for the head pats. I think I said that once already. Oh. It depends. If you're that sick, then obviously some rest is what you need. However, if you need to get out of bed to at least grab a drink or some meds, maybe even something to nibble on if needed, then yeah, do. You have to head out now? No, Toby. Oh, okay. Thank you for stopping by. Take care of yourself, okay? Keep your liquids up, and stay safe, yeah? I will see you later. Oh, okay. Noted. Understood. Understood. It is hold out for Toby. I must wait. But yeah, if you need to grab things for bread, or especially if you've not got nothing to drink, then do try to horribly force yourself out of bed to grab the things that you need, and then hurry back. If possible, have the stuff relatively near you so you don't have to go too far. Like if you got a table side, or if not, the floor, if it's stable enough. If not, oh well. I was gonna say grab a towel or something, but there's too many things to do if you're having to grab stuff already. My vision's doing its wonderful thing of I'm going to have a headache later. It gives me heads up now through my vision. Annoyingly. I am hungry, but it's like far too early. Well, not far too early, but it shouldn't get like this. There actually was a game I wanted to play on the PS3. Of all things though, it was the third game. But I don't think the games, they're not like linked in the sense of, it's Dragon Guard 3, which the Japanese title is Dragoon, but it's not one of those where the characters go from 1, 2, 3. It's more of like tidbits and world setting might be familiar kind of thing, and then they may reference something that happened, you know, like, oh, this was hundreds of years ago, and maybe that was the first game kind of thing. But I did want to actually play that because I never gave it a go, mainly because it's a hack and slash and it ran at 15 FPS. Please tell me how you're supposed to play a game that is meant to be fluent and smooth, and it runs horribly. Looks, at least when it came out, it was very pretty. Very pretty. I might see if I can do that actually. But it might be better for emulation, just because it might actually run better than playing the original, but there's merits in playing the original. There's also the thing of voice language, because you have the English and you have the Japanese, and they, oh, apologies, and they both portray the character very differently. In the English version, she's very aggressive and like doesn't take any crap kind of thing, whereas in the Japanese version she's more not stoic but kind of well, basically the opposite of the English one. Instead of being like angry and shouting and swearing, she's like just very calm, and yeah, it's one of those games where you'd actually probably play in both just to experience both, because they both portray the character differently. Because usually you'd have it where the English might try to sound similar to the Japanese, or at least the characters would be the same. But no, they didn't do that with this one. They were very different. Very pretty game though. And I think the DLC made it even better. I'm now curious as to... That's a series I actually want them to bring onto PC. I think it would actually do really well. Make it run better than it did. But you know, everyone likes Nier Automata. And the original Nier was fantastic as well. Dragon Card? Well, effectively, Nier happened because of Dragon Card. Like, what was it? I think it was either the end of the first or the second game, but effectively they went through a portal and it took the dragon and such to Earth. Like, that's where they popped out from. They got isekai'd, basically. Loud. Oh, hang on. The good old noisy people. Hey Cass! Welcome in! If people don't know Cass, how do you not know? Anyone who follows ASMR should know Cass. But if you don't, she be a mute streamer, but does very lovely ASMR and has absolutely wonderful hands. Lots of joyful times with those hands. How am I? I'm alright. My vision's going bonkers again, because it's telling me I'm going to have a headache. I hate that this is my warning system, but that seems to be how I'm going. But I've been alright. It's been alright. It's been well. Had a good old work, and then yeah, I got home in a rush and quickly set up and started streaming. So I haven't really had a break yet. Usually I have a small break before I start streaming between work and yeah. But oh well, that's fine. Goodness. Oh, I don't think my PC's gonna hold out much longer. It's the doggo. What's he barking at? Oh, mercy. Oh, ah! Oh, it usually happens. It's all good. He didn't bark at all, and then he barked. Oh my god. Why does this dog do this? Wait for the third one. Where is it? Where is it? Oh well. Let's hope he behaves. But no. I've managed to, like, get some things sorted for... Which is pretty much usually what I'm doing when I'm, like, in your streams. I'm, like, looking for people to commission and stuff for things. A good chunk of it's been done, I think. I still need to properly sort out Halloween though. It's surprisingly difficult. Like I've prepared for summer. I've prepared a smidgen, or I've prepared the main thing for Halloween. and a bit of things for Christmas. But I need to set up Valentine's Day for next year, because trying to get any commissions at the beginning of the year is like tough as nails. So I'm trying to get at least the beginning of next year set up, so that's, I at least have something. I have no idea what I'm going to do for like September, because I assume that's going to be bloody Twitch's subathon thing madness. No, you know what they do in September, that stuff. And probably I need to set up a bunch of other stuff, and I haven't even thought of that yet. Yes, I'm trying to like massively plan ahead. I'm not gonna be unprepared like it was at the beginning of the year, where I wasn't even expecting to be an affiliate, really. I thought that was gonna take me years. I'm just preparing ahead because I just want to have something. I wasn't ready for Easter. I wasn't ready for Valentine's this year because it just didn't enter my head. Is there anything else? I think those are the main ones. Valentine's, Easter, Halloween, Christmas, summer, change of seasons. Oh yeah, I don't even know how people found me. I know people actually, I think it's because of how I look at ASMR. I don't actually look at the category and then look at all the people. I end up just finding someone I like, and then I just end up travelling through raids, so I never actually look at the screen. That's so random. It'd be you, it'd be you, it'd be me. I do it because it's my first year on Twitch. What might we know? We know? We know something. Well, I don't know. I was just surprised people even found me. Because, you know, some people found me, and then suddenly I have a load of others. Yeah, I tend to just go through raids of others, which is usually helpful. But yay, I'm glad I have been found. Oh, the subathon thing? Yeah, people do a subathon thing. It's not just a particular time of the month. What wording? Anyway, that it has to be done. Like, you can do a subathon whenever, really. But I'd have no idea what to do with one, honestly. And I think it's too soon anyway. Takes a lot of planning. Yay, I'm pleasant to know at least. I'm the same though. If I try to remember how I've found you. Maybe it was through Yu. It might have been through Yu. Because I remember you trying to cause trouble, and then it didn't really happen, and then she ended up plugging you. That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. For me, at least. Okie dokie. I hope you're able to get some rest, Bread, and I hope it helps. So, do have a good rest. God, I can barely read anything. There we go. I probably don't know about Mortal Kombat. Yes. Yes, I do. Who on earth wouldn't know about Mortal Kombat? Did you know it had a film as well? Like, an old one. Donkeys years ago. I think it was in the 90s? I can't remember. It was a live action film ages ago. My favourite Mortal Kombat was on the Xbox. The original. And it had Tetris built in, but it was done in a Mortal Kombat way, so you had abilities you could use. It was kind of open, large open levels, so I'll say sandbox, not necessarily an open world. That would have been too much for back in the day, but Mortal Kombat's quite fun. I'm not too big on fighting games, but obviously the fatalities are what make that series well known. They rebooted it recently, hence why it's called Mortal Kombat. And it seems to have been doing well since, which is good. The others around that time frame would have been like Dead or Alive. Street Fighter is old as time, so everyone knows Street Fighter. Oh god, what was that other one? You got King of Fighters, you've got Fatal Fury, or something else. All those different fighting games. Those are the ones that have kind of survived up until this day, still. Which is good. And I think the way you found me, Cass, was probably through Iron. Either he was in your chat one day, or vice versa, who knows. But either way, it's probably how you found me. Oh yeah, Tekken. With an E, but yes, at the beginning. Tech. I forgot about Tekken. Tekken was hilarious just because it has a story. Out of all of them, it has a story, which for some reason I find hilarious for a fighting game. You're playing The Crew. Yes, I know of The Crew. Not a bad game, I've heard. How are you finding it? Do you enjoy it? You having fun with it? Because that is the main thing with games, is to have fun. I'll never understand when people complain the living daylights out of it but keep playing it. It's like, if you really don't like it, stop playing it. It's funny in this day and age. But people get the mentality of like, they don't want to feel like they've been beaten. And it's like, it's nothing to do with being beaten. If you don't like the game, don't play it. Nothing wrong with dropping it. But I'm glad you like it. That is good. disturbances this early? No, surely not. Like, racing games are always an odd one because I do enjoy them, but I definitely have to be in the mood for them. I'd say the one I actually enjoyed the most was Burnout Revenge back on the 360. Like, I think that was the first time I had like a surround sound system. Oh, is all I can say to that. Like, every time you'd knock someone off the road, or you get knocked off, there was a deep vibration every time. And yeah, it was just so quick, especially when you boost. Like, sometimes you're boosting so quickly and you can't even turn properly, and the sparks are just like flying everywhere. Oh, good fun. Very fun game. Is it a typical racing game? No. Is it arcadey as hell? Yes. But it was fun. Ooh, another one I did play was, oh, what was it called? It was on the PlayStation, and it was specific to them. You used to play Blur. That game did alright. It might have been a bit ahead of its time for when people wanted to play that style of game. I really can't remember what the PlayStation 1 was though, but it had like destruction. It wasn't full auto. Good game, by the way. Everything being destructible. There was another one on the PS3 that had like environmental changes as you went through the laps. And the last lap, it was something apocalypse. Oh, what was it called? While I think about what it was called. Yes, I know about Blur. It's been a long time since I've heard that game though. But while I'm trying to remember, and yay, I'm glad you liked Burnout Paradise. Oh, you like Burnout Paradise more? That's fair. That was more like a typical Burnout game, to be fair. Revenge was like a weird guilty pleasure, but it was fun. I should do some ear cupping for Yuki while I try to remember what the hell the game was called on the PS3, because it was an exclusive, so hello Jocko. How goes the day? I'm doing alright, thank you. I'm apparently going to have a headache later, because that's what my eyesight's doing. It likes to give me a warning. Your wrist hurts. Have you been drawing too much? Have you got any, like, a brace you can put on it to help support it? Hey Tech, welcome in. Hope you've been doing well. That was the ear cupping for Yuki. Stretching exercises help Jarko, as well as like if you have anything that's kind of like a stress ball, anything to sort of like help with your grip, it can help. It can. You just gotta be careful. But I remember a doctor being like, it can help alleviate like pressure and tension in the wrist, because it gets used to you squeezing. You do them all. Do all the things. What else is there that someone can do? The questions. It's alright. The other day, Nico was having a similar thing with her wrist. This is what happens with artists. They do their wrist in, and ironically, the only way I've ever done remotely my wrist in is when I was playing FF14, because I would play it so much, and because of how I was resting it with not any proper support, I would end up like hurting the bone bit. Oh, aye. Because I tend to do... Aye. What do you mean? Do you not want super fast tappies? Aye. I'll do the loofahs after the tappies, because I tend to do the loofah for a really long time. slow enough for tappies. Quite slow, but yes. But it is slow, so yay. And I don't know why, that's kind of ironic that you were drawing a chippy and that's how you got hurt. Clearly, it's matching her to a T. But yes, those were some tappies, some slow tappies. I thought I smelled food. And I saw something about Saints Row. Specifically 3. I've played all of the Saints Row except Get Out of Hell. So I've played the first, I've played the second, which was fantastic. 3 was fun. 4, what was 4 again? I forget what 4 was. It reached a point where it was getting a bit too silly. But 2-3 was good fun. Alright, yes. The loofahs for Jarko. Hello. Oh, hang on. Give me a moment. Okay. Oh, it remembers. Holy. Those were the loofahs. And now it's time for the heartbeats. But I shall give a warning. One of these days, I'm going to do heartbeats, and someone's gonna walk in, and yeah. That would be a fun thing to explain. Why have you got that on your chest? I need to get that's what I was meant to look for, a stethoscope. I hope it's not limited to doctors. Or GPs. Because that would be kind of annoying if that's the case. Oh god, it's gotten stuck. There we go. Yes, the heartbeats. cha. Those were the heartbeats. Oh, good timing. My stomach just growled. Again. And thank you for the headpats. Yeah. I don't know why. Because usually when people do ASMR and then, you know, their stomach growls or whatever. Oh, aye aye. Take care, Rain. Stay safe. Keep liquids up. I'll see you next time. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Hopefully so. Sometime soon. Aye. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. And hangy would mean like I'm hungry and angry. I don't necessarily get angry when I'm hungry. Actually, it's very rare for me to get angry. I can get annoyed at things, but angry? Very rare. I think I've only ever gotten angry 3 or 4 times in my life. And it's never a great time for anyone when I get angry. But no, just hungry. And now I'm getting a headache, but that was expected, because my vision was already going bonkers at me. So, that's fine. Oh, the thingy disappeared. Why did the thing disappear? Should be this one. I closed it. Why did I close it? That's so weird. Weird. Anyway. But yeah, I'm hungry. I've been hungry since like 6. So, which was an hour and 20 minutes ago. The normal. Oh, we were right. I was saying, I don't get when ASMR artists do like heartbeats and stuff, and then there's like growls of the stomach or just noises inside, and then they get kind of embarrassed. I've never understood that. First time I've heard myself be hungry, like through the microphone. But I don't get why it's embarrassing. Because every time I've seen it, they always get embarrassed. And I'm just like, okay, it's another sound. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle. But different things for different people, what they find embarrassing, I guess. I like hearing the noises that come additional with the heartbeat. Although, and I'm definitely sure now, not entirely from going from my own heartbeat, because mine seems pretty slow, but every time I've heard someone else doing a heartbeat, it seems so much quicker. So much quicker. And mine's just pretty slow, which I'll take, to be fair. Because if it's fairly slow, it's not working too hard. to, you know, keep the body rolling. Which is fine by me. The name sounds familiar. Might need to jog my memory on that one. Oh, the thing that's meant to be coming. Yeah, we'll see how that goes, that game. It's like the other one. There's another one that's coming out that's similar to it as well. What was the other one that was similar? I don't think I have it on my Steam. I think it's on my PS5 instead. Yeah, it would be. There's another one that's looking very similar. We'll see how that game turns out. Apparently it will have multiplayer, but it's going to be both for the PS5 and PC, although considering how my stuff is, if I were to play such a thing, then it'd probably help for me to get it on the PS5 instead, even though I don't have a Pro. Oh, that's cool. They allow you to take your stuff from the other game. That's nice. Because I know a lot of people went mad with like creating cool looking, like basically art in the start. Having a massive advantage in the start is okay, because that tends to be what they do. It just, we'll see how, it depends how things go, you know, when you get later in the game. combat style. I mean, it is based around the Chinese mythology stuff, so it's gonna be a bit different. I forgot about that game, to be fair. Like, I had hopes for Rise of the Ronin, but I kept expectations tempered due to the fact that I knew who was making it. They did alright though. They have definitely improved from the first time they tried to do an open world game. It may not be as visually appealing as some of the other titles, but it has a lot in it if people like give it a chance. Which was funny because I didn't even use a blade in that game. I just used my fists, and I just punch everyone to death and they actually have a skill tree for it, so it's nice. There's another game that's going to be coming. I've totally forgotten its name. It's another Chinese based game, but it looks ridiculously detailed, and it's another sort of like, I'd say hack and slash, kind of. For the life of me though, I won't remember what it's called. Like, obviously gacha games have been doing really well, and the reason I bring this up is because most well-known gacha games are Chinese. And then obviously we had Black Myth Wukong, which was very well received, also Chinese, and also kind of an indie developed game, because it wasn't a large amount of people that made it. Got a new add-on. Nice. Good luck. Oh, enjoy. But like, I don't know. Because I've ended up playing so many games, I have a very particular way that not that I want my games to be, but thinking on like, I've played such a variety now that I can generally get a feel for how it's going to be, but I have an idea of how I'd like a perfect game to be that would just be my favourite, but it would require a lot. It's like when people go to mod Skyrim, they would need that level of things in it. But Skyrim just turns into you know, spend 50 hours modding it, and you spend about half an hour playing it. can also mean strange if you're going by the old language. Not the best first message, by the way. Probably. QTEs. Depends how it goes with the game. I think they can be used correctly in a game. Most recent, in a sense, would be Expedition 33. Technically it uses a QTE on your skills and spells. Time it right to, either do more damage or to not screw up and hurt yourself. Then you have games like the Naruto bunch and Azura's Wrath. Those were QTE based games done by the same developer, and they made it work. Like, yeah, it's not too difficult to hit them, but it let you focus on the spectacle of the fight that was happening. But it doesn't work in every game. Sometimes people try and include it and it's like it doesn't add anything fun or anything. So it's more of, does the game need QTEs? Does it actually add anything? Again, with Expedition, it adds another layer of keeping you on your toes in a turn-based combat, which usually, maybe you'll either just spam your buttons and then just sit there and watch, but it made it more interactive. You had your parries, you have your dodges, and you have your button presses for your skills. It's a lot more interactive for that sort of thing. So yeah, depending on the game, it can add. But if you're just simply adding it just to, I don't know, like you have your general crazy hack and slash, and I don't mean the button presses that happen when you're both colliding or whatever. More of the sneaky ones that just appear and it's like, hit A. I don't know why I have an Xbox controller in my head, but hit A and, oh, you've dashed to get out of the way when it was a hack and slash anyway. Like, it doesn't really add anything. Some might say it does, I don't know. It's a mixed bag. if done right. Just trying to think of like examples of ones where it's done horribly. I can't really think of one. The water jar. Woof. The glory days when they don't pick up their feet, so I can hear them scuffing. That's insane. This microphone's insane. Are they coming up? That is the question. Oh well. Hard to say. The water jar for tech. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Good old water jar. puffy eyes. And yes. Was Shadow of War the first or the second one? I forget. I know I've played one of them. I played the first one, I hadn't played the second one. Because it was basically just, well, a very more developed Assassin's Creed with create your own army. Yes. Yeah, I realised I called it Froggo. Then again, is there actually non-wooden ones? I should take a look. Because if there is, then yeah. But they all sound a little different, which is what's nice. I'm just gonna check something quickly. Yeah, I thought so. The wooden frog, I tend to use reverb rather than an echo for it. Because it works similar anyway. Echoes and reverbs go in tandem sometimes. What frog goes so very slowly? That's like going ribbit kind of thing. No frog does that. It's just like ribbit, 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 ribbit. Obviously with the sound that a frog would make, because they don't really ribbit. specific one of those that I could use anyway. Because they're all particular for the type of sound that I was going for. I didn't really pick one for a frog. Because this would just sound weird. Hey Red. Yeah, that's what I mean. Because I saved ones for particular ones I'd be using depending on the trigger. And I didn't really have one for the frog. I've got one for water, and I've got one for when I do pops, and then another for the loofahs. I didn't set one up for the froggo. Because the other one's a bloody double echo, and that ain't gonna go well. The water one is an echo, like a double. Technically I would stick with Lyra, but I already call someone Lyra. But I can't exactly call you femboy. So maybe I'll just say Lyra boy. Lyra boy! But hello, I'll figure out a name. I will figure one. I hope you're doing well today. Oh no, your phone's not working. What happened to it? How is it being weird? What is it doing to you? Because generally, if it means that you'd like, if Twitch is being weird on it, then that's nothing new. Twitch is usually weird. And just requires like restarting Twitch half the time on the phone. Oh, you don't see anything? Oh, damn! Yeah. How long have you had the phone? That's a shame. That's not a bad amount of years for a phone. I wonder if, like, the connector with the screen and stuff has maybe just gone a bit faulty and just needs a simple change. But in this day and age, nothing's ever simple. Sorry to hear that though, especially as you've had it for a while. I'm the type as well to try and keep items for as long as I can. My old phone I had for like 7 years before I ended up switching it. I still kept it. I see. That might have been why it went. I'm guessing it's not easy for you to go potentially look at getting a new one, or at the very least seeing if that one can be repaired. I know it'll be probably out of warranty unless you're lucky and it's a 7-year warranty or something. I forget people use their phones to play things on them. They are more than capable enough. I just forget that that's a thing. Well, there you go then. Whack it in a repair shop. Get it fixed. See what they can do. But yeah, it sucks that it's gone kablooey on you. Besides, all a warranty would probably do if it had one is just, okay, send us the phone, we'll send you a new one. Great. Amazing. What do you do to your devices? I used to play games on my laptop that was not made for games at all, and well, it still worked to this day. That thing's old. Damn, that laptop is old actually. It'll be over 15 years old, that laptop. Hot damn. I have an old laptop. It still looks brand new though. Like, it still has the shine to it. I remember the days where I had my original crystal Xbox. And for years it looked like, you know, it was peeling off, and I'm like, oh no. And then, I don't know, it'd been a really long time, and then I decided to, well no, then I noticed it looked like it could peel off, because it was looking really bad, and I peeled it off, and underneath it looked brand new again. I was like, I've just made my console look brand new. It was amazing. Oh, I know what a Chromebook is. But even so. Then again, no, my tablet is still alive. I still use it. At least you got your 3DS. That is true. That is something. I hope you got plenty of games for it. I never had, like, the original 3DS, but I had the XL version, just because I was like, yay, bigger screen. No, bad. The resolution wasn't any better, so if anything it made the image look worse, because it was blown up. But that's fine. And the original DS, the chunky one, actually very small. Who knew? Love the thing though. I played that thing so much, the touchscreen on it bloody died on me. It died it. Still a bit. Still have your iPad 3. Still works, but battery's not that good anymore. That doesn't surprise me. But yeah, the old stuff was made to last. And then they realised that they didn't have to put such effort in, and they instead could just make it last a few years instead. Oh, headache's time to cut in though. How nice of it. It keeps catching on my wire. So I go to rest it down and then it slumps off of it. So that's fun. I actually don't know where my original Xbox has gone. I'm pretty sure I didn't sell it. I don't think. Nokia was great. I never did have that phone, but I know like a lot of builders had it, and it survived. So I think that says a lot, to be fair, because most things that builders have tend to die. Gonna take a shower and be right back. Okay, good. I may or may not be here when you get back, so don't mind if you're in another person's stream. Yeah, the NES. Nice. Good on him. It's a classic. It will stand the test of time. I still have my my Super Nintendo. So the SNES. I have the SNES still. And I have a GameCube. True. the days where buttons were actually a thing on phones. I feel like you give old phones to people nowadays and they'll be so confused at what the hell. Well, they'll know, because they're not, I'd like to think they're not entirely incompetent, but they'll be like, why is there buttons? How do I text? Where's the rest of the keyboard? Because, you know, 3 or 4 letters would be on one button. So they might not remember you have to push it a few times to get to the letter you want to use. The good old days of texting. The only way you'd have a full keyboard is if you had a... was it BlackBerry or Blueberry? I forget. I think it was BlackBerry. You know, those wide phones that actually had an entire keyboard. And the N-Gage. The N-Gage being a gaming phone, so to speak. You want to buy a Nokia 1280 for the nostalgia and that one ball game? But Mum said no. That one ball game? All I remember on old phones was playing Snake. The N-Gage was funny though, because it was 2 phones in one, so it is quite chunky. You'd have the normal looking phone part on the top, and then you could actually open it up. So it opened up like a DS, and then you'd have a screen on the inside that was bigger, and then you could play games on it, and they actually sold games for the N-Gage. It was insane. I think it was like, I don't know what the graphics were like. Maybe something like a PS1? I can't remember. The red ball that jumps through hoops. Oh, like basically the original Flappy Bird, basically. That game, I remember that. Yeah, you had that, Snake, Solitaire. I don't know what else. There was probably something else, but there weren't much. The days of the N-Gage though. I never had one, but it was great. Thank you for the head pats, Yagami. Oh, true, it's been a while since I've drank something. I am getting a headache, just a heads up, but you know. It was inevitable. My vision went bonkers, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to get a headache. I hope you're doing okay. Have an apple. Yeah, it's fine though. I'll just eat stuff and yeah. Should be okay. How's your day been though? How are you feeling? Are you feeling less sick? Yeah. Stream's been nice. It's been a good chill Wednesday. Especially if people have been having a bit of a crazy day. So I think it's been nice. Oh, and because I ended up saying earlier, just tiring. Okie dokie. Sleeping powder? Sounds dangerous. But effectively, I was giving updates on things that I have been preparing. the thing I've got, or getting ready for summertime, is getting there. That's so random. My fans decided randomly to go blah. They've been fine the entire stream. Okay, that's clearly a sign, but whatever. First I will explain my things though. Yeah, I've got summer stuff ready, so that should be like done by next month. So it won't be too late. Part of the Halloween thingy is getting there. It's also in progress, and I also need to figure something else out for Halloween. And some bits and bobs for Christmas is kind of done. I need to also sort another thing out for Christmas. And I need to sort out Valentine's for next year. But yes, there's at least progress for summer and Halloween. So yay. Things to look forward to. Yes. Such expert descriptions I end up giving, as always. And have a nice rest, Red. Sleep well. Keep your liquids up. And yeah. Thank you for being here. I'll see you when I next see you, which might be tomorrow. So yes, do take care. Rest well. Just give me a few minutes and then I'll do the redeems. Like another 1 or 2 minutes. That should be enough to give me some time. Literally, it's been behaving the entire stream, and then it's just hit like, oh, you're past a certain mark? Okay. It's like, okay. Those are the segments where it's like, fuck me, I guess. Oh well. You brought bad... No! You brought nothing. Sorry. You'd never bring anything bad. Never. Don't say such horrors. It's always around the 4-hour mark that my PC is like, okay, I've been like patient long enough, please. Kind of thing. It always does it. Okay, it should behave somewhat. There we go. Right, so the water jar. The water jar and then the tongue drum. What a name. After the stream. It's sitting next to me. Does it still have heat? Just about. It just about has heat. So yes, I will eat as soon as I finish. everyone's coming back at the same time. Hey Fuji, welcome in. Good to see you. And welcome back, Toby. How goes? Welcome back, Goat. And that was the water jar, by the way, for red. Getting to the tail end, yeah. But I had the wonderful joys of, you know, my eyesight going bonkers at me again, and I'm like, oh, I'm getting a headache, and now I have a headache. So, the good old normal. Chicken and pasta. I'm jealous. I haven't had chicken and pasta in some time. Give me the chicken and pasta, Toby. I should be okay. Good old power through. The only way you don't power through is if, you know, it goes pulsing. But those are rare, so it's okay. Whoa. It's in my tummy. I don't even use blue light. I've never liked it. Because blue light changes the colours and I'm good. I've never used it. I turned it on to see what it was like and I'm like, oh god. Yeah. I have mine off. Night light? Mine's in the brightest mode it wants to be in. That is what I hate. I do not want my screen to be yellowish or any kind of weird colour tone. It's just like normal colours on mine. I left it be. Oh yeah, I mean that's what it's designed for. But I can't. I like having nice colours. But I don't think it's like the crazy brightness from my screens giving me a headache. Maybe I just needed to drink more or something. It's probably the case. Maybe. Or hunger. One of the two. I really hope I'm not the type that gets headaches through hunger. But yeah. I shall try to do... Also, I'm trying to figure out that message code. What on earth? I think I get what you mean. Okay. But I shall do the last thing that Red redeemed, which was the tongue drum, which is me doing random things anyway. I have food, I just haven't touched it yet, and there's a bit of heat coming from it. Oh, nothing as tasty as yours, Toby. Nothing as tasty as yours. It's go with a fry up. It's a fry up, kind of, with sausages. Oh no, sausages do have a fry up. Never mind. But yeah. Here we go. Come me. Come here, you. This is where I get to butcher things. I will try. shouldn't do anymore because I know I'm gonna ruin what actually sounded nice. I hope that was nice though. I need to get like a proper one. Instead of being stuck with my, well, sorry, not stuck with my pocket one. It's a nice one. I will figure something. Oh, that's going to die again. Okay. And I take 20 years. Oh blimey, how? Well, I seem to be outgrowing my own headache, which is fantastic. I will begin to start looking for someone to raid, because I always take 20 years. But we always have spin the wheel if I cannot decide. True. The glorious headaches. When I can't decide of who to raid, well, I will make sure to eat first, and then it will be close. Well, considering I went a bit longer on the weekday, it will literally be eat, say hello to people briefly, and then I'll be off to bed. I think she was in my list somewhere. Where is she? I'm pretty sure I went past, because I was looking at who everyone was on. Aha, there she is. As in Lumina Kira, that one. That lass. If so, I don't think I have. There's more than one? There's more than one. Come here, keyboard. That's why I confirmed, just to make sure, because there's a gajillion people. There's so many people. Oh yeah, I think I remember. You raided her once before, didn't you? Or at least I know someone raided before. Or was it? Yeah. Ah, so she's partner pushing. Everyone's partner pushing. All of these partner pushes. But yeah, sure, I don't mind. We can raid there. I'll do the cheeky first. Hang on. What have I got open? I don't know what that one is, but it's fine. Come here. I won't be able to. Okay, we'll do both. Whoosh. We shall go raid. My fans have died again. Ah. Go away, fans. Why do you do this to me? Okay. Yes. Thank you, Fuji. And thank you, Yagami. Oh, endings, right. Yes. I will be streaming tomorrow. More ASMR. more glorious resting time. Mm. And do take care of yourselves. Stay safe. Drink plenty of liquids. And yeah, I'll see you all when I see you all. Thank you for being here. I think it was a calm day. Was it a calm day? Oh, okay. There was. And thank you for the follows. Yeah. Take care, everyone. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hoja.